Isn't it peaceful when it rains? So peaceful. Well, hello everyone. How are we doing this fine Saturday or whatever time of day you're watching this? Happy Saturday. This weekend we're gonna try and get oil sorted, and we're gonna try and do some base expansions. That's kind of the goal, I think. So let's get crack-a-lackin' and go from here. Let me just finish writing down my plan. Alrighty. So, where were we at? So let's also just do some rearranging, I think. Let's chuck me right down here. Perfecto. Oakley dokley. So, to get oil, we need to make motors, which, you know, makes sense. But to make motors, we need to make laters, which we're currently not producing. And we also need to make rotors, which we're also not producing. Oh, actually we are. We're producing them down here. But what we need to do is we need to essentially go and find the right area to do this in. So, I reckon, so we're making our steel beam rod pipe thingos. We're making the steel pipes up here somewhere. I think we're specifically making it here. So I think what we'll want to do is we'll want to try and find some iron around here and potentially some copper too. So we can produce it somewhere around here. That's what I'm kind of thinking at the moment. But it all kind of really depends on what we find, because we don't exactly know what is up there. So we've got some over here. That is one thing to consider. I'm just trying to figure out what we actually need. So let's head on up so we can see what we have to work with. So that's my tractor over here. It is always the motors and laters that really are my downfall in most of my worlds. So let's go have a look. Because we don't know where. So at the moment we also don't know where oil is. Can I ping it yet? No, we can't. Okay. So let's write down what we need to. So we need to get some copper and we need to get some iron, essentially. Okay, so where's my truck? So what we're gonna need is, let's sort out a to-do list. Or let's revise our to-do list. If it does, if it wants me to be able to edit it. Come on. Wow. Doesn't let me edit it. There we go. Alright. So don't worry about that for the moment. I hope not. So we still need to do this. We still need to set up silica. We still need to set up oh, what's it? Sulfur. SULFEFUR, sorry. Set up sulfur. What we really want though is we want to set up motors, which requires copper and iron ores. We already have the byproduct. Not really the right word, but we already have the whatever these are. Oh, I didn't keep it, really? Okay, so we've got to set up silica. We've got to set up sulfur. I've got to set up motors. For that, we need copper and iron. The steel, not beams, pipe, suppose already sorted. Right, done. Cleo. So, what we need to do is, if we come in here, let's go make a couple of these. So I reckon we only need like 4. Maybe 4 max. We'll need a couple of those. Just go 15, just for lols. Constructors. Let's also go 15. And then assemblers. Let's go 15 as well. These aren't the exact numbers, but this is just kind of trying to figure out what we need. So let's get some power towers going too. I need to unlock the next wall outlets for these guys. Need some of that. I think that's kind of all we need. Surely I don't already have... here we go. So we need some portable miners. Right, let's start with the easy stuff. So let's go get 8 portable miners and we'll get rid of stuff that we don't need. Alright. Eight portable miners I need to come over here for. That should kind of get us most of what we need as well. So once we get the one more, I'll just jump up, grab those resources. We really do need to reset down here though. Like, essentially remove all of these and then funnel it up into the main part of the factory. Alright, let's go up to the roof. What are you? We need 100 of you. Would you take... Let's take 50. Let's just take all of them. Steel beams and quick wire we can get up the other end. Case industrial beams 2. Steel pipe were already sorted. Modular frames were sorted. Iron rods. We should be making more up there. Wire, we'll be making wire. Anyway, reinforced plates, cables, rotors, everything. Cool. Oh dear. Okay. Came one a little too small here. That's fine. Short, low. Low. Yes. Alright. Let's go and get some tractors. Because given how sparse all of these good resources are, I think a lot of the time it will be building a base somewhere and then using logistics, whether it's, you know, trains, trucks, pigeon carriers. I would not be playing Subnautica without you. I mean, that'd be kind of funny if I was, though. Like, out of 10, how mad would you be? Alright, so let's go up to the other base. Because yeah, we're gonna definitely have to start making a base somewhere, and then shipping the resources over, because we're just so low on good areas to build some of these things. I'm surprised it didn't honk angrily at me. Ow. Focus on where I'm driving. Well, that the autonomous driving is really taking a beating to these spiders. That's great. Yeah, so we'll go up there, start our motors and slaters and all of them. And then we can start looking at oil. So we can then start looking at the actual trucks too. And then start building all the bits to get trains. And then the world's just really your oyster at that point as well. What I don't get is why the small little bugs chase after you when you're in your truck, but none of the other... You'd think after playing a racing game all week, you'd know how to drive, but you know, you'd think the small bugs and the big bugs would both try and attack you if you're in a vehicle, but they just kind of chill and let you live, you know? So kind of them. I also need to put in a, like, one a bit more of a road to connect the bases, but also when I unlock, I probably don't want to unlock trains. When I unlock trains and hypertubes, yeah, hypertubes, whatever they're called, connecting between these bases is just going to be so much easier. And then we can actually start setting up some good infrastructure. Alright, so we need to go over and grab some Caterium wire, which is somewhere. Up here. There it is. So we grab the Caterium wire and then we should be essentially good to go grab a couple more things and head out. Okay, your quartz, I need to do something with you soon. Your iron, currently not really needed. I didn't realize there was coal here. Let's grab some coal just to put in our factory. Yeah, there's heaps of coal here. What the heck? Okay, let's take some Caterium wire. Let's take 1,000 of those bad boys. We'll need some concrete too. So let's maybe take... we'll take all of the concrete. Because we'll drop a couple of things. Where's the tractor? We may drop... I really wish I could, like, summon the tractor to me. So let's store the concrete in there, and we'll go get some more concrete. Because we're gonna need to make the encased industrial beams too, so... Why did it kick me out? Alright, we'll chuck it in there. We'll go get some steel beams. I think that's all that's left. Yeah, steel beams. Thankfully they're just over here as well, so that's nice and easy. I should definitely grab some copper while I'm here though. Just to fill up the old truck. And once we start to unlock things, we can actually make these bases a little prettier and put some roofs on them and all of that. So let's just grab... Let's just go in and grab some coal. Take 100. We'll just chuck it straight in the car, basically. And we need some steel beams. So let's just go back over here. Over here. We need to also figure... One thing we do need to figure out is how we're going to manage the other ones. The encased industrial beams. So whether, you know, there's another facility that gets built over here or whether I build up. I'm currently thinking I build up. That's my, I think that's my current preference. Just grab a whole bunch of these, might as well. Don't need the 3 of that, that's fine. Yeah, I'm currently thinking we'll build up. Okay, so from memory, when I last went gathering of resources, there's a whole bunch of copper and iron over where the cliffs to the jungle are. So we may head out. I did not consider that this isn't made into a nice area yet. Okay. So we gotta go the long way around, but that's fine. Jeez Louise, who put that bloody cactus there? Oh, there's copper here actually. Is that pure? It is pure. No, because I'm using all the iron. I'm using all the iron that's around here, so I'll need to go elsewhere, I think. Oh my goodness. Who put the tree there? The tree was definitely not there a minute ago. Alright, so that's the rest of our copper. Nice to know that there's some sulfur there. So what we'll end up doing is we'll end up making trains that go and pick up all of these resources. So I'm not too worried about some of the minor resources at the moment though. My goal is to have the train network up this weekend. That's my goal, so tomorrow we'll probably be doing some Satisfactory as well. Maybe a bit of... what is that? Alright, don't worry about it then. We'll do some Satisfactory 2, and we'll also do some City Skylines as well. But the goal is to definitely try and get some... Oh, hello, Big Hog. Try... Toodles. Is he going to charge back at me? If he does, that's so rude. What? And he's drowned? Yeah, I think he's either drowning or he's stuck. One of the two. Okay, so let's just do a ping to see where things are at. So we're looking for iron. Nice, pure. Really, why are all the pures always up here? And then we're also looking for copper. Cool, that's where we're going. So let's just mark... Hang on. So iron. There. Okay, so let's go back into the map. And let's just chuck a brick there so we know that's where we want to go. I have a feeling it's the edge ones over here. And who put that? Oh, I also need to get power here somehow. Oh, I hear the cats. I hear the scary spider cats. I reckon it is the spot I'm thinking it is. So let's hold out hope. What we can always do to start with, we can always. I mean, we also don't have to go that far because there's power connected to the coal plant just down the road. So I'm yeah, it's exactly where I thought it is. There's also be some bauxite here. Yeah, pure iron, pure brother. Pure coal, copper, sorry. This is a nice area. I'm happy with this. Alright, so to get things started, let's put a... We're also actually going to have to somehow get the trucks back there and back, so let's figure that out as well. Alright, so... If we start by just getting rid of the little nubbins on... We'll leave the bauxite ones up. Get rid of this guy. I'm not entirely sure how I want to, like, develop out this area yet. So whether, you know, whether or not, like, the train, like, I somehow build, like, a support structure for the train to come up here, or, you know, the train station's down below, which is possibly more likely. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Alright, so we got the iron, and then let's just build a storage thingo for now. Just chuck him here, and let's just get rid of some of this useless crap we don't need. Why am I not using my chainsaw? Oh, I don't have the things for it. Okay. That makes sense. So let's just build a quick little biomass burner in the corner. And then we just want to put in a constructor. Maybe I should build this like up there or something. Kind of not where I'm trying to build my stuff. Okay, so let's build biomass burner. Oh, was that Caterium? This is a great area. This is 10 out of 10. I'm chucking a biomass burner there just to get us going. And then what we'll want to do is we'll want to put it in a constructor. Hang on, let's just build back. Let's put in a splitter, and we'll put the splitter into... Make 3. Make it easy to start with. This is literally temporary. Okay, so we've got the splitter that we'll send here. 1, 2, 3. Nice and simple. Now that will require one of those. Connect like that. They can go down there for now. Actually, that needs to be a Mark II. Alright, so to get stuff into that, we'll also need constructor sit in. Put the constructors in a line. But this is also just temporary, so let's just not go too crazy. And you're making, interesting, I can make Caterium wire. I completely forgot about that. You're making solid biofuel. So that's fine. So you're making 60 per minute, and I think these use what? I don't have any to check, so that's fine. But not that many. So you need 120 biomass. Support that. Biomass, leaves. Yeah, we'll make 2 of them. We'll go merger. Put a merger in here. Excelente. Connect these up. And then what we'll do is we'll put a industrial one here, because what are these? 120 per minute, 240. So we could actually just get away with doing a single one like that. Yeah, so that should actually work. So let's jump the system a little bit. Let's just go and chuck 150 in there. And we'll just go and put 20 in there. And while that's going on, let's just go and grab some leaves. Grab as much leaves as we can just so we can kickstart it all. Alright, let's just quickly jump back here. Put all the leaves in, and we should be golden. So how many per minute does it require? 4, 8, 16, no, 12. We're making 60, so we're oodles upon oodles of it here. This is just temporary anyway, so we just go and chop down some trees for a bit. Plenty of leaves. This will last us a very long time. Oh no, space, really? Maybe we should also just have one that does wood. That might be a wise thing to do. connect that up, and then you are running biomass wood. You're basically just gonna be flooding the whole shop, so that's fine. Easy peasy. What's down here? Oh, so we've got the Caterium. This is a very interesting spot, actually, I must say. Okay. We've got plenty of leaves again. Let's just get a bit more. I mean, we are going to be making more than what we can deal with. But that backs up, so that's fine. And then we just chuck that 11 there. Yeah, because how are these going? These nearly... Where is wood? Better. No, wood's slower. You know, it's something to potentially consider putting a second one in, but we're probably not going to need it. We're making 60 and we're only consuming 12. How much power are we getting though? Production capacity of 90, so we still have a fair bit. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that's going to go very quickly as soon as we start dealing with down here. I mean, at the end of the day, right, that area is mostly just to give me the resources to deal with the trees down here, so that will get deleted when we connect up to the main power grid, so I'm not overly worried. Grab a whole bunch as we swing past. Okay, let's just go drop them off. Yeah, there's ample of it, so I'm not too worried. Alright, let's just get rid of these bad boys. Once we get rid of this stuff, we can kind of start building what we wanted to do down here. I'm not too phased, to be honest. Chop down more trees. Alright, that should be enough to get us going, I think. Because there's kind of two options, right? Option 1 is I physically build the stuff up here. And then I ship it down. Or option 2... Option 2 is I just ship down the raw resources, which is probably better. I actually have to have a look at what the different options are. Although actually no, I may not want to get them down. Alright, so let's start with the iron one. So let's look at what the motors need. So the motors need 2 brotors. And that's all I need from iron. So we have a fair bit of iron up here, but we don't want to overcommit. That's the main thing. So let's just start with what we have. What we might do though is let's just delete that guy. And we'll build another one, but we'll actually face it in. Yeah. What we might do is let's just jump up. Hopefully I can actually get up here somehow. Potentially. What's that? There should be another node over here actually. Pretty sure there's supposed to be another node around here. No, actually, I think it's this end one down here. Brilliant, more copper. Alright, so I'm not really worried anymore then. Potentially this is just where the motors are. I start building the infrastructure for it. Ah, I didn't bring sheeting. Alright, so that's probably going to be the first priority then. Is let's build a smelter. Alright, so how much is this actually going to give us? So this will give us 240 per minute at the moment. So these should do 30, I think it is. So that's 3, 6. Short on rods. How did I thought I had 60. Or maybe I was supposed to pick up more on the way through. That is entirely possible. You know what? I possibly used them up there. Okay, that's fine. So let's just go for a splitter first. Go 1, 2, 3. And then we want to go straight into constructors. And we'll just stick into some iron. Probably want to go into iron rods to start with, just to buy us time, because I don't really want to go back unless I have to. Okay, so that's, what's our draw on this, like, max consumption, 47. Okay, go iron rod, iron ingot, sorry. Go for more iron ingots. Is it 30 and 30? Yeah. That will make 30. That's what we're short on currently, so maybe it's best just to make the iron rods to start with. Because yeah, we can make some more as we need them. Okay, let's just snap these into place. Get rid of one. What we might do is let's just place it like here, so it's just out of the way altogether. Cool, let's do that. This is just so we can get some resources, because we didn't actually bring enough. That is going to be one thing we're going to need to consider, though. Is these won't exactly... These should be far enough back that we can just do that, I think. These are probably the ones that are going to start to become problematic as we get further this way. Okay. That one we can just connect straight there. Just make rods for the memento. These are also outputting 30, so they definitely don't need as much as they're getting, so that's kind of the main thing, I think. Although it might actually be worth going back just to grab some. Yeah, we'll head back just to grab some, I think. Doesn't hurt, and it's only just down the road anyway. This does happen from time to time, you know, you think you have the resource, but you in fact do not. I think we might look to connect up the two lines as well. Do I actually have the resources on me to do that? Did I deposit them all? Yeah, I did. Real clever. Okay. But I could do it for this one. I don't entirely know how much overhead do I have? A fair bit at the moment. Okay, that's fine then. We'll go grab the sheets. That's what we need, is the concrete iron sheets. Plate or whatever it's called. What we'll end up doing is when the tractor brings, I think we'll probably do it so, with the exception of the slaters, whichever one uses the steel pipes, the steel pipe one will be made down here, but I think I'll just manufacture it up here. Less hassle. Alright, where's the bases? Here it is. Yeah, like we can use like somewhere over here, so it's out of the way. Or potentially, you know, potentially it's actually worth shipping it from, yeah, actually, you know what, I'll do that. I'll ship the pipe from down here up, because I'll have excess coal anyway, so it's a lot easier to ship up from here than it is. Do that, because then I can just make it all right there. We'll definitely have excess coal. I'm relatively certain of that. And a lot of this stuff will, you know, potentially get reworked in the future to be included in when we need to start making more of the different things. So what are you? You're making sheets, so let's just take the entire sheet production, or the entire storage. I'm gonna head back. But what I'll do though is I'm gonna start running the power up. So let's just go through the middle of the bases, because I'm gonna need to track where the power ends so I can take it up. Eventually I will replace it with the actual with the actual like power towers, but I may do that when I do the roads and things. I don't know yet. I also need to look into Nobelisks and some of the other construction, demolition items. Just to clear some of this makes it a lot easier. Oh, and the game crashed. One memento. Restart. It's actually been pretty good at not crashing. Like, I've had other, like, this is the beta branch, right? So you'd expect a couple of crashes, but hopefully the last save was when I started going back this way. Otherwise it'll be very sad. That is very sad. Okay. What I have found, it's normally a autosave that causes it, like when it does its save, is what I think it's crashing on. But I also don't want to turn off autosave, because if it's not that or something else causes it to crash, then, you know, if I forget to save, then that's, you know, a couple of hours worth of work that's just gone bye-bye. so let's go and grab these sheets. So what are these? Are these the compressed oils, or are these just regular crude oil? Just without like the other stuff around it because they haven't spawned because it's not the regular spot. I don't actually know. I'm intrigued. So my understanding is oil, from what I've seen, I haven't come across much oil, and if that's the, you know, just random oil around by itself, I'm in for a bad time. So trains will become very important, I think. Trains or the fluid trucks. Pick your poison, essentially. Alright, is my inventory full here? Yes, it is. Okay, let's just go and grab the plates again. Anything in there that's useful? No. So these are obviously from when I was building stuff. I've just dumped my whole inventory, so I'm gonna need to sort all that out at some point. Some point soon at TM. Alright, let's head back. Yeah, because once I start getting some of the better resources, I can actually put them through the sync program. To be honest... Oh no, that was coal. Oh, that was steel. Steel? Copper. No, other one. Iron. That was an iron node. I was going to say I could actually just build them there and ship it up. But it probably makes sense to ship the steel pipes because they're in stacks of 200. What I'll need to do is I'll need to make sure that I'm not making more than how much I'm actually producing. Not at least until I can start pulling back some of the... Realistically, not really until I get the next miners. And then I have to start like reworking all my stuff anyway. Because we're gonna need to start dealing with fuel to be our main power source. So that will release basically all of that coal, which will be good, I think. Alright, so let's just run up some power lines just to bring the power with us. I'm also intrigued how... I haven't decided how I want to handle roads and things yet, but I'm particularly intrigued to see how the new blueprint system work. Well, sorry, not that the new blueprint systems work. Not that the blueprint system is new, but I'm intrigued to see how it would work with the road, with the like the tracks. Like if I can just pre-lay down like the truck track, and then I've just got to connect the dots. I don't know. I have to see if that don't fall off there. Have to see how it works together. what this will do is this will kind of just give us... This will give us a boost. I don't really know... The use of the power I had just built is probably not very useful anymore, just given how soon I had to go back. I wasn't expecting to have to travel back as quickly as I did. Too slow, haha. Yeah, I was expecting it to be a lot longer until I needed to travel back. Yeah, that barely made a dent on our power system. Alright, coolio. So let's leave that to do whatever it's doing, because we're gonna need these, because we were short, even though I'm pretty sure I picked some up, but that's fine. Problem. I dumped all of this. Switch that over. There we go. Alright, we'll just do that for now. And what I'll need to do is just get rid of that. Just do some sorting. And drop that back in there. Delete that. Delete that. Send some of that back. Because what we'll do is we'll go back up there. We'll actually just build the platform across so we can do our thing. Anything in here that I'm not going to need immediately? Don't think so. Probably don't need as much. Because what we want to do is we want to essentially make sure that we are a smidgen above this level. Alright, let's jump up. Jump up, look down. Okay. So what we'll want to do is let's just place a foundation like that. And we'll want walls to an extent maybe that high. Yeah, I think this kind of works. Or I'll go up one more. Yeah, we'll do that. Just swoop this all the way down there. Because the motors are going to take up a fair bit of space. I'm unsure if I will... I'm unsure if I want to build down, like for the train, or if I want to bring the train up this way. Haven't decided yet. I'm thinking I will probably lean dropping everything down the bottom. I don't know. Still very on to work all of that out. Okay. Let's go like that. Hectic. Alright. So we got that going here. These are still just burning through stuff? Yep, cool. Realistically, that's just going to make my fuel, emergency fuel up here, so that's kind of fine. Go over one more, I think. Well, we might actually need to have multiple trains. We may actually bring stuff in and then output that way. It's actually probably not a bad idea. So let's just place all of this down. I'm aware all of these are in the way. None of them are actually going to stay there. This is going to be all like smelting at the very least down here, or it will just be logistics floors or whatever. So I'm just placing all the flooring down. Alright, that's possibly enough for now. Let's just build out that level. So what we want to do is we want to potentially aim for all of our resources to go up here, I think. Because it might be, yeah, it might be that the importing resources go this side and then it exports that way. Although it doesn't actually matter as much with the trains, does it? No, it does, because you still have to set them to import or export. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day what order I do things in. I can always end up changing my mind. Okay. Probably enough of that for now. One more? Yeah, one more. Alright, what we'll do is we'll build our services. I call them service stacks, so where like all the stuff actually like moves or whatever. Okay. So what we'll want is, so we have copper. Probably want a couple. So what we'll do is we'll have the first ones go up here. So that gives us room to bring in resources and send them over. Alright, let's just take out this nubbin first. And then we'll place the miner. What am I... Oh, did I put that in there? Yeah, I did. Cool. Place the miner down like that. That is exceptional placing on my part. 10 out of 10. Alright, we'll just get rid of that for now. I mean, to be honest, I could actually have it face the other way and... Nah, we won't do that. Okay. So So what we'll do is we'll go, so we want to go up 5, 6, maybe 5. That's where we'll have all the services run around. Do I have the, I don't think I have the hanging, oh no, yeah I do. And they can stack on each other from memory. Yes they can, cool. So the first one is essentially just gonna be the rods. So let's build some steps to get up to begin with. Okay, so let's just math out what we gotta do. So we'll need to have, so let's go motors. So we've got the motors. We need to make the rotors. So for 5, interesting. So we want 100 per minute to make 4. And how many do we need for one motor? So for one motor, we need 2 of these, and we make 4 per minute. Aye. Okay. So we need to make a shit ton of screws. Yeah, we do. Okay. So let's aim. Let's aim to make, so we need 10 per minute to make the 5. 3 of those to make 8. Okay, so let's aim. Let's aim to have, what would it be if I had 20? That would give me 10 motors per minute. We'll need room to be able to expand in the future. So let's aim for 20 motors per minute. So we need 40 rotors. Sorry, 40 motors per minute. So essentially, oh, we'll just go for 50. So we need 100, 1,000 screws per minute. Aye. Okay. Or we aim for 20. So if we did 20 there, so that's 40. 4,400. That's possibly more manageable with our current level of things. Okay, so we need 400 screws per minute. Cast screws will give us 50 per minute. We'll go straight from there to there, so we need 400. We need 20 of those. 10, yeah, okay, so we need 20. Oof, I did not bring enough things for this. Okay, so we need 20 constructors. 20 constructors, that is a lot of constructors. Alright, let's just chuck a couple of things back that we don't need. Okay, so what we'll do is to save on space, we will go like this, I think. And then just put a splitter right in the middle-ish. One, two. That one's slightly too far over. We essentially have as much room as we want here, so I'm not overly worried. So you need 12.5 to do that, so that's 100. How many screws did I say I needed? I needed 400. Was that what I... Clearly my math is not my strong point today. So we wanted to make 20, so we've got to times that by 4, so we need 400 rotors. And to get 400 rotors... Say 400 rotors? 40 rotors. 40 rotors... that times 10, and 1,000 screws. Okay, so that's 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. We'll sort all of that out in a minute. I actually may use too much power doing this. That will be very interesting. Hopefully I don't blow the power fuse. Okay, so we've got the splitter. So we're splitting out 25. So splitting out 25, 50, 75, 100, 125, 150, 175, 220, 250. What is my... Is this too much for my logistics? 270. No, we're just under. Okay, so they will all need to be that, but these can be Mark IIs. Oh, I sent them the wrong way. That is very disappointing. Let's just replace these. So we know essentially we need 270 to make this. Now I do know that this won't be enough in the long run. So potentially what I'll do is potentially I'll leave this side of level 3. Nah, actually I'll keep it how it is. And then potentially I'll build the... For now, I'll put the rods there. Yeah, I'll do the rods there for now. Okay, so we're outputting 50 of these. So we can go to 270, so let's just go to 250. So we're 50, 100, 150, 200, 250. Then we're 50, 100, 150. Alright, we'll go down. We'll grab some steel plates while we're there. Steel plates aren't in there. Where have the steel plates gone? Here. Cool. Get rid of that. Drop that off. We'll connect all of that up. I do think this might be too much power though, so we will have to see what we can do. So we are 50, 100, 152, 250. Excellent. And we want to do it this way so that when we inevitably have to move everything around, everything's kind of consistent. Okay. Put the Mark 2 poles in. So we'll go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do much better once I can do the roof ones. I need to probably next on my list to research. One, 2, 3, 4. It's all already producing what I need them to. Brilliant. Alright, we'll just chuck that there for now. Put a level 2 miner in. Level 2 miner. Level 3 belt. We'll go sort out the outer side for this one. So we are at 50. 50, 100, 150, 200, 350. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to work on that, but that's fine. I probably just go directly up. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I put a merger here and go up? Yes, I can. Okay. Nice. Alright, so we will essentially need 270 iron ingots to do that. 250 iron ingots, sorry, which is kind of what we're producing, more or less. So let's just stop that for now. Just so it can get a head start, let's just pull this down here. And then just add a merger. And go like this, just for now. Literally so temporarily, it's not even funny. Because that's making 30, 60, 90. What does that do to our power? Not that it's all running yet. Bugger all, that's fine. So what I want to try and do is I don't really want to waste... I kind of don't want to waste the resources I'm holding. Not holding, but you know what I mean. Okay, so we need 250 of those bad boys, and we make 30? Yeah, so we got 30, 60, 90. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna move them. Why aren't they producing? Or moving at the very least. Not connected to power. Okie days. What does that do to my power? Or I definitely think we're gonna run out of power, that's for sure. Okay, so let's just go logistics. No, actually, let's just have it all finished knowing what it's doing. Okay, so that's the screws. Now that should start clearing through all of that, which it is. What we'll do is we'll just go and dump some things in here. Let's just go and store those so we can clean up our dismantle crates. Just drop in another 100 or so. Perfect. So we're gonna need 250. So 250 divided by 30 is essentially 8 and then 1 on 33%. Which is easy. Well, that's just for that. Then we gotta sort out the rods too. But rods are generally a tad more efficient. Alright, well, while that's working, let's just go and expand out these bits. Alright, so the first one, end one's done, so let's dismantle that, dismantle that one, dismantle that one. Alright, so that's all sorted. Get rid of all of these. There's plenty of iron around, so I'm kind of not really worried. More worried about power than anything else. Okay, so we needed 8.3 of these. So we'll go... Alternatives, we go 8 and then I overclock 1 by 0.3. So we'll go 1, 2, yeah, I'll do that, 3, 4. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. And we drop the merger in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is very upsetting that it's just not in line. I mean, to be honest, it's not actually staying there anyway, so it's probably fine. Okay, so what we'll do is the other thing that will end up being that's going to go here. Bauxite will have to exit anyway, so we probably could just go straight across. Oh no, we probably want to go like here because we're gonna need an area to smelt that. We can always change how it all sits anyway, so I'm not, I'm not too worried. Like, this aligning is probably more important to me. Actually, probably want iron to be number 1. Coal. Yeah, actually, we'll do it this way. Oh, seriously, the belt is too long by one bloody thing. And then that goes like that instead. Can we actually just go up like that? Nice. Alright, so that's all connected. Now let's just do this little bit here. Actually, I probably should just chuck it in these. Just because I don't want to go back if I don't have to. Three, four. Alright, we'll take that one off there. We'll send him here. The mergers could definitely be the single ones though, that's for sure. Splitters. So what we'll end up having is we'll end up having a splitter like here. And then the splitters that actually go into these guys. Hang on, no, that one will need to be a Mark III. Good thing I've got a power slug on me, because I can actually just make one of these go a bit faster, so I'm not terribly worried. Okay, so let's just shuffle one of these around. Because what we'll do is we'll connect that there. Now what does that do to my power? So you should be mining out at what rate? 240. I need 250 a minute. Okay, let's leave it how it is for now. $30, $60. 90, 120. Yeah, okay. Why doesn't it want to continue? Interesting. Oh, okay, it's not that side that had the problem. Alright, that should essentially, it won't kill them all, but it'll get it going. So, if I'm planning on making 40 motors per minute, which means I need 440 of those per minute, sorry. I only need 80 screws? That's not right. 200 screws. Yeah, 200 screws. Okay. Now, in the constructors... Okay, so it's 15 to 15. So I essentially just need 200. So 200 divided by 15 is 13.3. But what we can also do is we can do a single feeding like over there. So what we'll do is we will... Is there enough room to start back here? Yeah, there is. Cool. We'll just split off. So that gives us how many? So that is the wrong one. Iron. So that's 30. So that's 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. Do I just do the other one? So 180, 195. And then I can just underclock one actually. That might be the best way to go. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. So that requires 15 ingots. Just go and sort these out. So how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 times 15, so that's 210. Is that right? I don't know. We'll figure it out. And the middle comes up like that. Alright, then the merges will actually run We'll still run the merges that way, I think. Just for consistency, because as I said, eventually these will become... Potentially these will become screws. So... we just need to be a little consistent. So 15, so all of these will fit in a single one of these, which is good. And we can still just do a single one. Like that. Brilliante. Alright, and on this side we'll also want merges. So let's go here. Go here, we'll go like that. Connect these over. Nice and simple. Gonna need to go and get more of these in a minute. What we'll do is put a 2, 4, 6 here, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We go like there, maybe. 1, 2. That's already done. Pop one right there. Alright, this one we'll need to place from the... We'll place it... Is it in the middle? Is that kind of the right spot for it? No. Smidgen off. Okay. That's the wrong way. Let's flip it around. It might be that I end up moving them around, but it shouldn't really make a huge difference. Yeah, like that. Like that there should be fine. Why didn't that one connect like that? Okay, so if we're making 15... If we're making 15 per minute, that means we need 210, so therefore a single one of the... Is this pure? Yep, a single one of these should give us the excess for the other one too. Okay. So if we only need 110, these are making 30, so 210 divided by 30 is 7. Cool, so we'll just do 7 and we'll just do another 8. Okay, so let's just grab grab him. Let's put out some foundations. Put the miner out like that. Because this one, ideally I want to try and fit another, how many squares does this whole thing take up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, I've only got 3. Maybe I do these in a row. Yeah, I might do it that way, just because we are somewhat tight on space down here. Well, currently, we'll end up relaying a lot of this area out once we get Mark 4s and whatever. So we'll just go like, oh, hang on. So we'll need this one to be the splitter. Yep, that's perfect. Cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because what I'll actually do is I'll actually have that single one, possibly the first one, split off separately and then remerge. But I'll underclock it so it's nice and easy to deal with. So what we'll do, just so we can fit everything, is we'll put the merger here. We'll start the merger a little further up than we did. And then they're all 3s. This one's probably fine being a 2. Actually, no, we'll make it a 1. We don't need super high speed out. So I don't think it makes a huge difference. What we might do though is let's just break that for a second. We'll chuck another merger here. And then we'll just bring the level 1 from this one. Right there. So I think we only need... So we're making 250. I think we need the whole 30. I can't remember, but if it starts to back up, we'll sort it out. I mean, even in here, it's already backing up. Is one of these not... Oh, it's probably just the flow on from doing what I was doing before. Okay, that's fine. Okay, then the splitter, we'll want to run back this way. What is also somewhat nice around how the height levels is I could actually, I think there's actually enough room for me to essentially double stack these splitters, right, if I needed to. These don't need to be fast, so we'll just use the entry level dudes. And then just connect that to power. And what we'll do is we'll just chuck a regular one here, I think. let's cut that one. Go there. Seven, 4, hang on. We will make that one on Mark 2 and just connect that. I think that should actually be fine. This one that has them all? Yep. Cool. Just move the vehicle out of the way. Okay. So that's all of that. So that should start probably backing up very soon, I think. If it hasn't already. Okay. Then what we'll do is, because where's the walls? So this is 3 to make that clearance from memory. Yeah. Just go across all the way. Let's actually build a staircase up just so we can get up there, kind of thing. There we go. Okay, so we got that going. Okay, 4. So this is where in the future it will get a little interesting, because I may need to bring resources up. Although I suppose we could always just keep expanding, or it's not too hard to do all of that, so I'm not too worried. Okay, so what we agreed was to make the rotors, the motors, we're making 4 times that amount. So we need to make 40. Did I math this out wrong? So we need 10 per minute. We need 40. No, I don't think I've mathed that out wrong. Anyway, I guess we'll find out. So I need 10 assemblers. That will join. We'll do it over here, actually. Do we want to do it over here? Yeah, we'll do it here. Because that normally wouldn't be a staircase like that, so that doesn't really matter. So we are making rotors. This is where the power, I think, will start tripping. We need 10, yeah. Six, 8, 9. We'll go one more over, just to fit it. So we've got 10 like that, because yeah, then we'll bring the output around this way, and then potentially I'll do the motor bit here, and bring them down from the next level up. Just so I'm not wasting space. Okay, so this will be interesting. So this is actually flooring, but I've moved it as a wall staircase for the moment. Is that the correct distance? So is the other one just 20? Okay, so the bottom floor is the screws, which is probably the easiest way to do it. One, two. 1, 2. Yeah, I think so. I kind of could have built a subfloor for this, but if there is a chance this is going to change, I don't really think it's worth doing that for the investment. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which one is top and bottom for, like, the input, because they are all essentially spaced away from each other. It doesn't really make a difference. All that really matter is that the faster belt connects to the bottom track, because what we'll also do is it will make connecting these screws, the additional screws we're going to need to bring in, it'll make that a lot easier too. I do know I need to connect like more motors in, but I'll do that soon. Okay, let's chuck one power pole here. Maybe like one here. Four, 5, 6, 7. Two, 3, 4. Okay, so let's Just drop in another power pole here for now. I'll fix all this up a bit later. How we going now? Max consumption 1700. Capacity 1440. Wow, it crashed again. This is very unusual. One momento. Let's sort this out. Oh, sad. It dropped us all the way back here. That's fine. Just like this. At least we've done the painful bit, which was the other speed. And we didn't have to relay this little bit, because that would have sucked. We definitely may need to invest in more power though, so it's just one thing we're gonna need to watch as we do this, if we're gonna blow the power circuit. Which is honestly quite likely. Alright, so what we will want to do is put in a floor hole, couple of them. Actually, so I think we'll have probably something like that. Yeah, we'll have something like that come through. Now the first one, we'll just run bottom floor's the fast one. Yep, okay. Just run essentially like that. And then these are the other faster ones, so let's just run them out. So we need 4 of these in total, like that. Why does it not like doing that? Interesting. Okay. What we may change with this front one is because we're a little bit further over, we actually want this to be facing that way. So that's doing that connection, and then that's doing that. What will happen is this will come out, this will go up, and connect straight in. And then we just build a adjoining wall. Joining wall. Okay, so let's connect these up to the resources. Now that will be the slightly trickier part. Okay, so the front one is those. Okay, let's just jump down quickly. Because we can re-merge. Where are these going? Is it going out that way? Yeah, we can re-merge them. So let's merge them before they come back. Okay. Then what we'll do is we'll do that. And then I don't know why it connected like that. Now these, I think, will end up being multi-layered. Yeah, they probably will be, actually. So what we'll do is let's actually place the stacks down. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three. Technically that's 4, actually. So let's grab the next stackable and put it here. Oh, is it going to be just too short as well? Yep. That's very upsetting. Alright, so let's track this stackable pole free like that. And then that comes down like that, I think. That one comes down like that. And that one comes down like that. Connect these ones up. Once we do this, I'm probably going to leave it there for a little bit, but I'll be back a bit later. Or actually, I may just take a break. I don't know. Figure it out. Yeah, we went one too high. That sounds like on top is starting to manufacture, which is good. And then what we actually probably want to do here is just put a stackable stackable in, so we're not doing some weird seesaw movement. They don't look like that's producing enough, so let's go check that out in a minute. Okay, so we are 100, 200, 300, so this needs to be a merger. And then that can go in like that. So then we are 100, 200, 300. I think this is the right way to do it. I actually don't know. Yeah, I think this is the right way. If not, oh well. So this should actually balance out. Hopefully. That's always the goal. To be honest, these could actually be Mark 1s. They're not going to move very fast, unfortunately. So if I chuck... Do I have the ability? Yeah, I do. Okay. Chuck that there. That's just gonna take a minute or so to filter on out. So we are consuming 700-ish of that. So let's go and check why our input for the screws is not going very well. Not the screws, sorry, those ones. So that's coming in at the right speed. Oh, they are Mark II belts. That explains it. These will be... pretty sure these will be backed up. a little bit. What I might do is let me just take out some of these. I'm just gonna destroy them. Because we're not exactly short on the resource either. Okay, so while that sorts itself out, that's now going through at a lot better pace. What's wrong with this one? It's just waiting on the resources, that's fine. It was this one I needed to drop down. I think it's probably fine actually. Alright, let's go up, have a look, and then I'll just go a quick bathroom break, and then I'll be back. Yeah, the screws and the rods and things are making their way up. That's kind of the current slowdown. But they'll sort themselves out in a minute. Alright, back in a moment. Alrighty. I am back. How are we going? I think this one... Still waiting for some more screws to come through. So, sorry, it's this one. We got 1, 2. Maybe it needs to go into that one. Let's just let it self-balance, and then let's assess what's happening once it's balanced. Well, that's already got 400, so that's good. Okay. So the next bit, so the target is 40 motors. The target's 40 motors, which means we're gonna need the same amount of slators. Okay, it's 1-to-1. Cool. In the slators, however, so to make 20s, we need to times that by 4. Yeah. Get to 20, need to times that by 4. So we need 160 wire. And wire is a first resource, so that's good. So we can essentially go up, I think it's 4 for this, for these ones. Well, the screws seem to be running out, so I need to go look at what's going on. Was it 4 for these as well? Here it is. Cool. Let's go check why the screws are being very temperamental. That's the bottom ones. Okay. The bottom one is these ones here. Oh, okay. Well, for starters, 2 of them aren't actually connected, so that kind of... 3 of them aren't connected. Kind of explains that if they're not connected. My bad. There we go. That looks better. Anyway, so what was the math we were doing? So to get 20 of those, we need to times that by 4, so we need 40 slaters a minute. To get 40 slaters a minute, we need 160 wire. Okay. So, to get to wire... we need 19 of those. So we make 30 a minute. What did I say we needed? 160? Yeah, we need 160. And 60, 30, 60, 90. 80, 30, 60, 90. 180. We need 6. Okay, so that's easy. We only need 6 thingos for those. But I do think this is where we're going to run out of power, so we'll just have to see what we can do here. Didn't exactly logistics this out very well, did I? Logistics. Miner Mark II can just sit in like that. So making 240. Okay, so our target is 15. Hang on, let's math this out. So we need 160. So we got 160 divided by, hang on, while 160. Divided by 15. 15, which is 10. So we need to have, 11. So we need to have 11 smelters. What happened to all my extra rods? I hope I still have some down here. Yep, here they are. Otherwise, worst case, we can always make some iron wire too, if we had to. Okay, so this will come out of here, and this will immediately go into a splitter. How do we want to do it, actually? We could do it so the merge is here. We could actually just do it like that. Cool, so we'll come straight out into a splitter like that, essentially. Now, why will it not let me snap that? That's kind of really annoying. Okay, so let's go 1, get 30. So 240, that goes into 10. Into 10? Yeah, we can, this one I might be prepared to overclock if we had to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. I think that's too many, but we'll find out. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can always pull that back a little bit. Wrong way around. Copper. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Put another splitter in here. So we have 30, 60, 90. Sorry, 30 each. So 60, 120, 180, 240, 270. Which is the max that I can actually manufacture anyway. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 times 30 should be 270. What? Oh. 9 times 30. 270. Yes, it is. So I do wonder if that's enough, though. I don't actually know. Okay, so we are making copper wire here, or copper ingots, sorry. Okay, so let's just pull these ones back. Easy peasy. Alright. Grab the merger from here. Yeah, so I'm a little out of alignment for the end, but, you know, is what it is. Why does that have an issue? What? Oh, its motor's facing the wrong way. They all are. Cool. Okay, let's go like that. Okay, go Mark 3 to Mark 3, like that. Excelente. As I said, I may need to actually put a overclocker in the miner, which is fine. We'll go do that now. Which is the max we could do there anyway, so I in fact did have that around the wrong way. Go like that. Okay. So we are making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Making 270. Brilliant. So wire. So 270 divided by 15. Cool. Alright, let's just jump up here quickly. What we'll do, just in the interim, let's just put we'll put a staircase on the inside. But what's actually going to happen is, I reckon I could actually make the Y here and then just send it straight down. Or potentially the motors go below me. I don't actually know yet what the best way to do it is. Alright, so we got that out, which is brilliant. Okay, let's then just lay these out. Well, the alternative is, right, potentially the oh no, we want the motors on the very top, so we can basically just straight line them down. So maybe the Slators, I either leave this area empty for potential expansion of the other stuff. Yeah, maybe I do that. Alright, that's not going to stay like that forever. So drop in some constructors. We are running low on this though, so let's just see. So we're taking in 15 and we're making 30. We've got 270 divided by 15 times 30 is 540, which is more than I think I needed. Okay. What we'll do though is let's follow the same pattern. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're making wire, so we got 10, so we've got 150 of them coming in. And we're making 300. What did I say I needed? Just go motor. Come on. Motor to go off. Comes up by 4, so we needed 400. So we do need to go the whole, however many it is. Oh, not all of them. What about 10? 18. What? Hang on, I don't think this is mathed right. So making 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 300. Oh, I'm short on cable now. Oh, that was a bigger drop than I was expecting. Where's the cable? In here. Oh, we got plenty. Okay, I don't need to worry then. Alright, let's try go up the hill again. Okay. So we gotta face out, face in, face out. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we are 7 times 15, which is 105, so we're 210. Bring in 210. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then 14 times 30. Yeah, so we are 14 times 30. 120. Blazing. Cool. This is all we need, which is brilliant. Okay, so chuck these in. Really? That's in the wrong way. Not overly centered, but that's fine by me. I don't know if this is our last of these, so let's just use Mark IIs for... I am so confused. Oh, did I do it again? Oh no, it was just this one was the wrong way. Hoping this works pretty flawlessly, if I'm being honest. One, two, three, four. Nope. Try again. Alright, so I'm making a wire on all of these. I don't think any of them actually have the wire assigned. That one does. It's just these ones then. What is that output? 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we should be okay. Yeah, we are. Cool. I don't know, I'll have to actually have a think to see whether I want them to go, like, downhill, also downhill, like, to the floor below, to make the, make them, or just keep them here. I think that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, is just going up, potentially going up one more time. Because then what we're also going to need to do is actually, I could probably, it's probably plenty of room over there. So let's just leave that like that for now. Go into a merger. Connect those ones up. Easy peasy. Alright, well... Maybe I will need to build like a little nubbin out. Isn't my best work, but it's not bad. I'll go and fix up like the skirting and all of that later. I may end up rerouting how the interiors work. I wonder if this will push it over the edge. It does not. That is very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so if we go look at motors. So Slators, we need 10 per minute. Yes. So we need how many? So in total, we need 40 slaters a minute. Statters, sorry. 40 statters a minute. Nine. So we're gonna need 9 assemblers. Which is essentially the same as what downstairs is, and it's 1 for 1, so cool, that checks out. Yeah, there's still plenty of room in this one. 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, I don't think it matters as much for these. The only kind of annoying thing about having the motors made over here is it's a long way to go to get them. Alright, BRB. paste these down here. None of them require overall speed, so that's pretty... So we probably could actually just connect them all like this. I'm gonna have to go back to get resources in a minute anyway. But at least it doesn't overly matter which one they go to. So let's just chuck that in like that. That one in like that. So what we'll do, these ones will do it slightly differently. Alright, then we'll just connect this front one over there. Oh, we just missed a setting for this one, for the stator. Okay, so we got that. That. Wonderbar. These are pretty slow from memory, yeah. Just connect these up and then okay. So, how many are we actually needing? So 40. Okay, so no, I do actually need to... So 40, 80... What's that? 400. So yeah, no, I actually do need to have these split. My bad. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good thing these are at the bottom. Yo. Sorry? No. That's sorting through itself much better. Alright, so... Transport. Do I have the stuff? Yes, I do. How are we for power? Audio. Audio. Oh. Let's just build a truck station. Oh, that's gonna take my last health. Alright, let's... Interesting. It blocks its location. No. Okay. So that needs to go like there. Okay, so let's build the... Oh, am I now short because of that? If so, that is the biggest upset in the history of the universe. Oh, huge upset. Alright, let's go connect those up. Because what we can actually do is we can empty out all of that and just do a first pass essentially. Maybe we don't want to do it that way. That kind of seems a bit silly. Why don't we introduce it here? Alright, so let's just go down here. What's up? Alright, I'm back. Okay, so that's done. Let's go connect it up the top. Because we'll need to go all the way back to the main base. Actually, no we won't. We're making rotors right here. What am I talking about? You can actually make them right here. My thought is no, I'll just build another floor level up. Then you can build the automated one. Interesting. Let's just build the walls for now, so it's still 3 for this one too. Comes out by 10. Oh, out of concrete, alright. The concrete's in here, that's right. Okay, so let's go back up. We'll build stuff and then we should be kind of good to go. What it might end up being is I may have a multi-stage truck for now. So the truck's still one truck doing it all, but I may send it to join a different thing to start with. Okay, so let's go production, let's go assembler. Because we will try and prioritize the layout for once we go into the... I think it was only 4. Yeah, 10... 20, 30, 40. I have to go back now anyway, just because I'm essentially running out of resources. How close to the top are we? Oh, I can probably bring it up. Probably bring it up with a little nubbin over here, actually. Alright, let's go down a few and let's hope we have more in here. No. Alright, we'll need to go back a little earlier then. Go down. This will kind of be annoying to do it manually, but at least we only have to go like just down here. The cats are fighting something. Alright. Yeah, all we'll really have to do is down here. Everything else is already connected. So we're coming down to collect a whole bunch of steel rods. Steel rods? Steel pipe. And then what we'll need to do though is we'll need to have it, I think when it just drives past, in theory it should fill up. I think that's kind of how it works. I don't believe it needs to actually be assigned to that station. I mean, it didn't used to, so who knows now. Right, we'll just duck out to the left here. Oh, well, we should actually do this properly. Transport, truck station. Alright, we want to fill up on that. What I'm trying to do oh, can't stay there. So this is a load point. I'm just gonna speed up the process a little bit for now. Okay, so how do we lay this again? So what we need to go is universal path. Universal path. I mean, there's only going to be one vehicle on this one anyway, so I don't think it matters as much. Does not matter as much. Alright, so what we'll do is let's just go this way. We may need to slightly adjust the tracks once we get the trucks doing this. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know how we're gonna overcome that. I could probably just use an output. Yeah, I may do that. Oh, good braking on them. Okay, so if the truck's going that way, then it just needs to cross up like that. It needs to come down like that. I didn't actually consider trying to place it like tracks like this before. This is actually not bad. But I'll need to... I wonder if it's different if I pre-add the coal. Wonder if it makes a difference. We'll see. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll get up the top of the hill and then we'll do the next a little bit and then so on and so forth. Alright, let's get rid of that. Let's see if we can join that. Brilliant. Run that down like that. Brilliant. Let's go. Alright, so let's run that there. Just run that around somewhere like that. Do the same thing. Run it around somewhere like that. Yeah, so only really new pathing, which is annoying. Existing pathing, it's kind of okay. Like, admittedly, look, this is possibly a little far? Actually, I don't know. I think it potentially changes potentially some of the intent behind some of the movements, but ow. Alright, let's go connection like that. And then inbound connection this way. Where's the tractor? There it is. Okay, so let's go autopilot, vehicle path. You want to go so we're here, so we want to go to, what is this one? We want to go there, and then we want to connect it to that one. Oh, come back. Alright, so what we've got to do is we just got to connect the station to power super quickly before the truck gets there. We want this to unload. Okay. Hang on, what happened to its... What happened to the inventory? Oh, is the other one not connected to power? I don't know, maybe... Oh, I probably didn't tell it to load. That's on me. Okay. So now that we're back... Okay, so some of the crews still aren't going as hard as I probably expected them to go. it's the middle layer. There we go, that's better. I am quite interested to see if this blows the power though. So I have a feeling it will. Okay, so while it's doing that, what we'll do is we'll take that connected there. Or, yeah, this could be spicing. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just put a single storage here for now. Connect like that. I think that's our tractor. I actually don't know which tractor. Okay. What I will need to ascertain though And the next one is how many floors below? Just there, okay. That's actually probably the right spot for it. Oh, our tractor is coming back. That's the first good sign. Alright, that's good enough for now, because the tractor is out of fuel. Shit. Okay. We're going to need to figure out how to get it more fuel. Cool. What's wrong?